Okay. Good evening. I'm going to call to order the regular meeting of the City Council for February 10th, 2026. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Adler.
Here.
Councilmember Duenas.
Present.
Councilmember Burrows.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rubio.
Here.
And Mayor Armstrong.
Here. All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, next item, please.
Next item is announcements. Item 3.1, changes and additions to the agenda. There are none. Item 3.2, if you wish to speak under public comment or regarding an agenda item, please fill out a speaker card located in the back of the room and submit it to the city clerk.
Okay, then we'll move on to item 4, public comment. All right, I'm going to open up public comment. At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on any non-agenda item related to the business of the City Council or items that are on the consent calendar, including requests to pull an item from the consent calendar and the reason why you wish to pull the item or items. Please note that the decision to remove the item from the consent calendar is strictly at the discretion of the City Council. You may speak on requests for future agenda items or on special presentation items, which we do not have any in section 6 tonight. You may also speak on items that are not on the agenda, but are within the City Council's jurisdiction. And please be reminded that while the city ensures the First Amendment rights of its citizens, we do not accept nor endorse any offensive or hateful comments made during our meetings. The city celebrates the diversity of our community, and we strive to be a welcoming and open community for all. If you wish to speak under public comment or regarding an agenda item, please fill out a speaker card located in the back of the room and submit it to the city clerk. While we encourage your comments, unfortunately, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on the meeting agenda. The City Council does take them very seriously, however, and if appropriate, staff will follow up. And when it's your turn to speak during public comment, please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Thank you. All right. Do we have any speaker cards?
We do. Our first speaker is Greg Carr.
Okay.
Good evening.
Evening.
Smiling faces, even yours, Mark. Greg
Fine.
Carr, San resident. I come to speak on two things, structural things about the agenda that hit me that I felt compelled to do. And it's not that I am, nitpicker, but large and small has an impact. If I'm a guy who doesn't come down here often, and I know I use that a lot, but I come in here, I grab a copy, and I start flipping through it. And I look at the consent calendar. And where it says recommendation, approve this, approve that, approve 13 times. Well, that's not really what takes place. What takes place is you get your packet and you look at this and you will, if you know something about it, you probably have an answer maybe, okay? If you don't, you probably review it. And then you'll come down here and if somebody pulls it, you'll talk about it. But the things you're doing, you're actively involved in looking at each of these items, and then you come down here to deliberate and approve or not. So I suggest to you that correct wording here and after should be review and, if appropriate, approve, review, accept, whatever. That implies that you've got some skin in the game so that the guy who comes down here who knows nothing about this, because to you, you do, and you just go past it and you do your thing. But somebody comes down here who's not exposed to this. I think, geez, do these people do anything but rubber stamp it? I would ask you to consider that so that what you do, the involvement you have in it is spelled out. It's not just approve. Approve implies that the staff is telling you what to do. That's the first thing I've seen. I've seen that since I first sat in the center chair. And when I sat in that center chair, I changed that because this really offended me. Anyway, the other thing is item 9.1. How do I know what is going to be talked about so that I can make a decision? I don't. The open meeting law says something like this. It requires that the agenda content, including a brief general description of each item to be discussed, be included. That's 2 words. It could be communication between you and staff, whoever. It would help to have perhaps a full sentence saying, okay, what are they going to talk about? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Speaker Richard Jarrett.
Thank you. Good evening.
Evening.
I just wanted to spend a few minutes talking about a few items that impact most of us as residents of San Ramon. I wanted to make sure you guys were aware of it, and maybe the city's doing something on it or maybe not, but at least be aware of it. One is the news recently, the BART board is considering closing several stations like Dublin, Pleasanton, I think even Castro Valley. Apparently maybe a scare tactic or whatever to get more monies in their direction, but I just want to make sure the city is aware of it and voicing their opinion and concern about that tactic. And also, frankly, some of the money that's going to the high-speed rail out in the valley probably should go to BART, because at least this system here is carrying people somewhere. Out there, it's never going to happen. Another thing that's, again, might be something San Ramon can voice an opinion is Highway 680, the condition of the highway, especially coming from Danville into San Ramon. If you have a decent car, you probably have to take it in the shop after you drive through that section. You probably are aware of it, but it's been that way for several years. I tried calling Caltrans, but all you do is a recording. There's no, you don't get to talk to a person to find out what their plan is, but hopefully someone on your staff is on top of that. The final thing is something local. A ban on the gasoline-powered leaf blowers. I brought that up like 3 years ago, and at the time, the spokesperson said that the state is passing a law that was going to ban them, and that went into effect like 2 years ago, but it has not had any impact on the leaf blowers, because a gardener can buy them either in the off market or drive up to Reno and buy one. So it hasn't changed that at all. And again, it's the noise pollution as well as the air pollution. Again, we were talking about before the meeting, take your finger and go like this on your lawn furniture and it's black. And that's not, well, it wasn't there when I was a kid. I know it is now. So the only thing I can think of is those devices are hazardous. So that's what I wanted to talk about for a few minutes here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Richard. All right, next speaker, please.
Jim Blickenstaff.
Good evening, Council and Vice Mayor Rubio.
Evening.
I have a quality of life issue that I'd like to bring up. You've heard this subject before, but I think the city needs to be more proactive on it. It's one thing you can do something about. You can really dive into this one, and it's parks as a comparable number of parks per the general plan for the development. We've been letting that slide for a while, and the culmination of that is that Community Park and some other parks are just going to get more crowded, because when you're deficient in parks, it becomes a quality of life issue. So I'd like to see some attention paid to this. Some of the things you have to pay attention to because it comes from the lawmakers and the lobbyists of Sacramento, and then from local vested interests and developers. And that's a certain kind of agenda. But this is parks, sufficient amount of parks, and that will improve the quality of life in that one area. Traffic on 680 and schools, you don't always have a lot of control on some of the stuff, but this one you can be proactive on. And so I'd like to see a little attention paid to parks, kind of the way you pay attention to housing opportunity sites. How about a park opportunity site? This is a quality of life issue for the residents, so you're doing it for the residents. I think they'd appreciate that if you kind of focus on that a little bit. So I'd like to see the council make this a priority and make it a subject of attention and research, because you're going to get initial offer concepts of development, which will be short on parks. That's pretty automatic. And then they pay a fee. And I don't think the fee is locked in that it's for purchase of parks. I think it can be for a lot of diverse purchases. And then you don't really see a lot of parks materialize out of the fee. So I'd like to see a study, an example of that, and proactive in terms of agendizing the parks that are comparable to what you need for the development. And that's something that would be very positively received by the residents in terms of that green aspect of the quality of life. And there's specific sites you can look at. There's ways to use the fees in a way that if you wait too long, you won't have the land available. So it's early in the development concept, and that's when you want to get this issue on the front burner. So I'm just saying that would be a good idea, and it's purely for the residents. It's not for any lobby in Sacramento or somebody else. So I think that would be something you want to consider. It's a thought for the day.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker, please.
Santosh Kanjala.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I would like to request the council provide some clear direction regarding the affordable housing requirements for upcoming developments within the city. Specifically, I hope the council will consider discussing how the city intends to align our local zoning ordinances with the state laws, and also the affordable mandates that we have in the zoning, and how the housing production goals are met. It would be very helpful for the Planning Commission and the residents to receive a guidance on several key aspects that would include for future affordable units should primarily be for sale or for rental. And also think about clear policy direction from the city council regarding the matter of whether it should be more on-site versus off-site. We do have a generic direction, but it would be really helpful if you guys can dig deep into, as a city, we are growing pretty fast, and that it would be an important criteria. And I would also like to ensure that we are applying those consistent standards and for the betterment of the entire community, and also look at what the council is thinking about these criteria that needs to be followed. Thank you for your consideration and the ongoing commitment for addressing the housing affordability in San Ramon. I hope you guys will discuss thoroughly and let us know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Sharad Kathrani.
Hello, Mayor Armstrong and Vice Mayor Rubio, as well as Council Member Veros, Juvenat, and Adler. I want to announce that I'm running for the State Assembly District 16. And I've seen things on the past 1.5 years, how things have been working in San Ramon. And that's where my most inspiration was. And the state laws, which actually affect a lot of us. And I want to take time and speak with each of the council member and mayor if you can have a few minutes of coffee time and discuss some of your priorities, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
There are no more speaker cards, and we did not receive any written public comment.
Okay, all right, thank you. Then I will close public comment. And so do we have any of the council members wish to pull any of the consent items? Okay, hearing none, can I get a motion on the consent calendar?
I move the consent calendar.
I will second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Veros, second by Vice Mayor Rubio. Okay, motion passes. The consent items have been approved unanimously. Now we have no special presentations under item 6, no deferred consent items, no unfinished business. We're on to item 9, new business. And yes, all it says is community roadmap. And so we're going to turn it over to, is it Simone, or do you want to tee it up? City
Sure,
Manager?
as Simone comes up to begin the presentation, I'd like to introduce Simone as our communications manager. It's a recent promotion for Simone. You've been with the city now 6 years, 6? Oh boy.
6.5.
6.5. There we go. Simone has helped the city as a communications and community outreach analyst that entire time. And now we have the position of communications manager in the city, which will help us organize our internal communications, our communications with council, and also our communications out to the community. Tonight, you'll see a presentation reviewing a bit of what we do already, and then also set up the roadmap, as we're putting it, for a strategic communications plan. So tonight is a general overview launching the process of developing a strategic communications plan. And not to be too long here, we've had communications plans in the past, but nothing to this level with the buy-in from the council. We'll be coming back a few times for additional input as to where the council will go with our future communication. So with that, I'll turn it over to Simone.
Thank you, Stephen. Good evening, Mayor Armstrong. Good evening, City Council.
Evening.
This evening, I have a short presentation for you about the city's newly established communications program and the development of a strategic communications plan. So first off, communications is a really broad subject. We all communicate in our roles every day. So what we're specifically talking about tonight is what will fall within the city's communications program and developing that strategic communications plan. And as Stephen said, this is the first of what I hope will be several conversations with all of you about this topic. One of the realities of communications is that there is so much that can be done. There are sort of infinite possibilities out there, and we're working with finite resources. So as we know from our budget conversations, anytime we're looking at adding things over and above what the city's already doing, we're also talking about what the trade-offs could be. So this evening's presentation will cover a little history on the communications in the city of San Ramon, some of the current things we do, a closer look at the City Council strategic goal on communications, the roadmap to developing a strategic communications plan, and the next steps. So the city has never had a citywide communications program. Historically, every department has been responsible for sharing information about the services that they provide to the community. This is often referred to as a decentralized model of communications. And because each department has been responsible for sharing their own information, it's developed differently in different parts of the city. So from one department to another, things like staffing and training can look a little bit different. And because the city provides services that are primarily outward facing, a lot of the communications have been very externally focused. For a number of years, the city has had a social media working group. We've had representatives from a bunch of different departments and programs coming together, and that was really to look very specifically at social media tools and best practices. Within the city's current communications topics, these are some of the things that come up a lot. We've bolded the top 3 because those are things that we've heard from council are very important to you all. The budget and financial outlook. This includes things like key pieces along the budget process. It includes updates on Measure N. We've had some really helpful feedback from residents in the last year that we've been able to incorporate into some of our communications. New developments, this includes things like housing or mixed-use projects. Safety information includes things like road closures, emergency preparedness, safety tips. Rec classes and programs, you're probably all familiar with the Recreation Guide. These are the programs and classes that are offered through Parks and Community Services. The community events and programs would be things like the Art and Wind Festival, Culture in the Community, fitness races, and then classes like Government 101, Planning Academy, or the PD's Community Academy. Infrastructure projects covers things like the Iron Horse Trail overcrossing or new parks that are opening. And the master plan updates covers things like the Trails Master Plan update that's currently going on, or things like a general plan update. So these are just a couple of the current things that the city does. You may recognize a few of these major print pieces. Of course, the Rec Guide is produced quarterly and mailed to every household. Those also available on the city website. The second picture there is the Encore newsletter for residents 55 and up. That's available as a print subscription or for free via email. Residents can subscribe to both of those options on the city website. Or visit the senior center to learn more. And then over on the right, the city report newsletter is another one that's sent to every household quarterly. So that includes things like recent news, updates on the city budget, and features on specific program areas and upcoming events. The city website is, there's a couple screenshots over there on the left. You can find that at sanramon.ca.gov. There's lots of information about what's happening at the city. There's a what's new section on the homepage. There's also 3 tiles at the bottom on, they're labeled hot topics. These are topics that are kind of longer running in terms of time, that tend to have like updates over longer periods of time. And one of the screenshots I've included here is, we call these internally our deep dive pages. These are basically landing pages on a specific topic. So this one is the beginning of the page on Measure N funding. And this page includes, so current status includes the history and the outreach that was done around it. It also includes things like the latest revenue reports, how funds are being allocated, and frequently asked questions. There's also, it's hard to see on the screenshot, I'm sorry, there's a little blue button in the top right on a lot of these pages that says subscribe to updates. So if residents are interested in receiving email updates on these topics, they can go there and they can sign up for those. And then over on the right on this slide, we also have screenshots of a few of our newsletters that go out regularly. We've got performing arts newsletters, we've got news and information, activities for different age groups, public meeting notices, budget process updates. You can even sign up for things like sports field conditions. And all of those are available at city website, sanramon.ca.gov/subscribe. Social media is also part of our communications. City posts on Nextdoor, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, X, and YouTube. The handle at the 4 middle ones is at City of San Ramon. Nextdoor, if you're a resident, you should automatically receive city updates when you sign up. And YouTube is sanramon.ca.gov/YouTube. And then media relations, when the city receives requests for information from the media, we work with staff to provide that. And then when there are major events like the Iron Horse Trail overcrossing opening, we'll send news releases on those. So you all will recognize this. One of the consistent city council goals, strategic goals, has been to enhance engagement and communication with residents and the business community. The city council identifying that goal has given us as staff a great chance to step back and look at the bigger picture and to really evaluate what our community's needs are and how we can meet those. We don't always think of it this way, but communications is one of the services that we offer to residents. And as our community has grown, the need for higher service delivery has also grown. And the communication landscape is something that's constantly changing, whether it's technology, whether it's the amount of information we're all receiving, whether it's the frequency of information. That means that one of our jobs as local government is to really be responsive to how people are receiving information now and think about the ways that that has changed. So one of our big questions now is looking back at all the hard work that staff have put in and all the expertise that's brought us to this point. How do we sustain what's working while we identify ways to better serve our community? And how do we set ourselves up to serve those future needs? So because of this council goal, over the last several years, we've been exploring ways to better coordinate our communications efforts among departments. One of the things we've done is we have shifted that social media team that I mentioned earlier into a broader communications working group so that we're not just focusing on a single area, but we're actually looking more holistically at communications channels as a whole. We've redesigned the city's quarterly report to work to match up with the rec guide, and that we were working towards a more unified kind of look and feel in terms of the style of city materials. And we've also increased communications around the city's budget process, financial outlook, and funding, including Measure N. So in 2025, as part of the City Council's annual goal-setting workshop, Council gave direction to create a more visible, cohesive strategy around communications. So one of the first steps for that was the creation of a communications program manager. And since beginning in that role in the fall, I've been outlining a roadmap that'll help us develop a strategic communications plan. And in turn, that will help us clarify what the program should look like in order to deliver the objectives of that plan. So a strategic communications plan is essentially a guiding document for the city that outlines how we will share information with the community and how we will receive input. Some of the elements of a strategic communications plan, I've highlighted the first one because that's the focus of this presentation tonight. So we start with purpose and objectives. We will also outline audiences, priority topics and messages, roles and responsibilities, communication channels and approach, timeline, and then measurement and evaluation. And because listening is a really crucial part of developing a plan that will actually meet the community's needs, I've been holding a lot of conversations over the past several months with city staff, with residents. These conversations are ongoing, and I'm really excited to have the chance to now hear from you all today. So as I mentioned before, this is the first of what I hope will be many conversations about this topic. This process began in January 2025 when the council set the direction for the creation of a communications program. As I mentioned, the communications program manager role was created last fall and hired. Tonight, we're looking at the roadmap, and I'm hoping to get some feedback from all of you on strategic objectives. And then I'll take that feedback, combine that with what I'm hearing from the community and from staff, put together a draft strategic communications plan, and bring that back to all of you for additional feedback. Once the plan is revised, we'll finalize and then work towards implementing it. So this is the interactive part. For communication strategic objectives. These are some potential strategic objectives. So I'd love to get your thoughts on these or on any others that you would like to see considered in the development of this strategic plan. One of the first questions that we want to answer in this process is basically, what are some of the broad long-term outcomes that a communications program should create? So as potential objectives, we have build a consistent citywide brand and voice, enhance the content and usability of the city website. And I know that at the recent council goal setting workshop, there was a lot of support for redesigning the city website. And so we were very excited about potentially moving in that direction. That would fall under this strategic objective. Increase awareness of how to participate in public meetings and actively evaluate technological opportunities to enhance communications. And Identifying these strategic objectives is especially helpful right now because as we begin the budget process for fiscal year 27, this will help us to design a program and allocate the resources that are needed in order to actually deliver a program that meets these objectives. So I'd love to hear from all of you.
Ready to hear us now?
Let's do it.
Or when do you want to hear us? Okay, all right. Well, let's, who's got some thoughts on this? I got lots of thoughts. All right, let me start with Councilmember Adler.
Have you kind of figured out where generationally, where people in the city are getting their information? I'm assuming the older people are not looking at some of the sites, the social media that the younger people are looking at, and you want to hit everybody. So have you figured out a strategy how to hit everybody effectively?
So there are some kind of broad metrics that are available, like say social media platforms. We can look at like the median ages on things like that. But I think a big part of this process is going to be surveying the community and asking people how they want to receive information. We anecdotally know that, some people have said to us, we love the printed city newsletters, or we love the printed rec guide, or I really like getting things via email. And that's helpful as anecdotal information as a starting point. But we want to go and do more research so that we have a better sense of the community as a whole.
I forgot, if you go back, when this is supposed to occur, the time.
Yeah, so we don't have hard dates on those. I'll say roughly, I'm hoping to have something ready to go by the end of 2026.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's kind of do it in a question form at this point, because we'll eventually open it up to public comment, and then we can get some broader comments later from the council.
Yeah. Thank you, Simone. Are you done with your presentation, or are there more slides? Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
So how many are on your team?
One.
It's just you?
Yeah.
And we have about 90,000 residents conservatively.
Yeah. I mentioned the decentralized kind of structure we have right now. So there are two other departments that have a dedicated communications person. So Parks and Community Services has a full-time marketing coordinator, and PD last summer just hired a full-time communications analyst. There are other people who are in our communications working group, but communications is a very small percentage of what they do.
Right. And then we have the staff and the council and the
Yeah.
committee groups. Okay. Is there a program that you're managing or able to manage these platforms, like a manager of managers, something like that?
You mean specifically for social media?
Or social media,
in general?
right?
We have a software that we use that kind of helps us schedule across different platforms. We do still have to go in and manually set all of that up, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the issue that I sometimes would see, but you have too many channels, one could get missed. And so you have a lot of areas where something could slip, and that's too many information channels. You can miss something, and not many people, as Councilmember Adler mentioned, are on these channels. You were going to say something. Go ahead.
Oh, just you're right that monitoring social media takes a lot of time.
It does. It takes a lot of time, and considering the efficiency that we want the city to run on, and the efficacy of being able to deliver messages on time, we're sort of at the behest of these social media platforms working, hopefully, on time.
Yeah.
And we probably have thought of this, so I'm not saying anything new, but I would like to see a mobile app. Because I would, and here's why I want to see it, is because yes, we could log on to the website, but I really believe that enabling folks to be able to receive alerts through the mobile app rather than having to log on to social media. I'll be candid with you. My only social media platform is Instagram and LinkedIn. I don't have anything else as an attorney. I can't log on to too many for various reasons. So for me, having a mobile app just dedicated to the city to be able to have a phone book there at the ready would be very helpful.
And are you thinking, you said alerts, what types of alerts are you thinking of?
If I was a resident receiving an agenda, I know we're going online for a lot of these Zoom meetings. They'll be open to the public coming in the second half of the year. Having those connected, I know it's not going to happen immediately, but I'd like to see that conversation on the roadmap and what that would look like. Considering that many people may not be on social media, but I know a good percentage of folks have a mobile phone, and if they're receiving alerts via Nixle or whatever alert that they're receiving,
Okay.
mobile phone app may be beneficial.
Is there anything else that you're imagining people could do on the app?
Well, I know actually, are we revamping the website? Let me ask you that, because I know there's some discussion.
So that was supported in the council goals for the upcoming fiscal year, so
Correct.
fiscal year 2027, yeah.
Correct.
So we're moving in that direction.
Mhm.
I think it'll be, as part of the budget process, that's where we get the okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we do a great, oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, yeah. The website is definitely on the list.
Yeah.
We do understand that there's many shortcomings with our current website. So I think a revamp is in the works. Revamping a website and doing it right will take some time. We want to make sure that we transition to a better website. Our last transition, we still have a lot of leftover from that, and we don't want to repeat that mistake. But also, I want to note, a lot of what we're talking about in developing a communications strategic plan, as Simone mentioned, that could dictate not only what's in the budget for apps and websites, it might also mean staffing. We've been very careful about adding back additional staffing, but I'd also like to point out 6 years ago, Simone was our first dedicated communications position in the city. So we are recognizing that it does take a full-time person to manage a lot of this. I mean, the slide that Simone showed with the newsletter and the annual report and all the social media, that's all Simone. So
Sure.
in order to add more, we might be adding more staff or looking at current staff and reassigning. So this will all play into it.
Yeah, and I completely agree. And back to your original question, what type of alerts? I mean, it's better that we talk about this now rather than sweep it under the rug. And so, it's some of this conversation will be painful, but for example, we do a good job of receiving alerts, but in decentralized areas like parks, rec, alerts, emergency. So I'd imagine having one alert system that comes from the mobile app. I log in. This may also be easier perhaps for city services to announce, public street closures, et cetera, or alerts or events. I'm not going to belabor this earthquake matter that comes up, but these are issues that, residents are finding. And oftentimes we hear secondhand. We either hear from next door or we hear from somebody, the neighbor, et cetera. But, I think the residents would like to hear coming from an official statement from the city, and what better way than a mobile app? So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Councilmember Rose.
Thank you, Simon. Are we working with Sangamon Valley Unified School District as well as Fire District so that we can collaborate and see that we can have a broader communication?
We have partnerships with both of those agencies. And, sometimes someone will send something over and say, can you help us share information about this? Like you might see the personal emergency preparedness classes in our newsletter. Those are offered by the fire district. They'll send that information over to us and say, can you help us get this out to the community? And we're happy to do that.
That will be great, because especially nowadays, school, like this week, I received text from my son saying that, hey, seems to be ICE agents, and that is a fake AI picture that was circulating within the community. And I received multiple requests from our residents asking, like, what's going on with this picture, where it is a fake picture, but then it took some time for people to realize that it is fake. So we need to make sure we have communication throughout our additional stakeholders, like our fire district or Sangamon Unified School District, as well as if any, like East Bay Parks, whoever we work with, right? So that will be a great help, I think. And also, I requested this during our city goals. I know it requires more research as well as implementation plan, but we need to look at a chat on the website, so that at least what are the basic questions that people ask, they should be able to get that information rather than keep on sending us questions. I mean, I don't mind responding to those questions, but it delays the whole. I don't want to be a bottleneck for giving that information back to the people. And now another big challenge that we are going to face is AI, right? So what is your, do you have any strategic plan on how we are going to prepare ourselves on this AI side?
So AI is one of the topics that I think would fall under that fourth bullet point up there, the actively evaluate technological opportunities to enhance communications. So any new technology like AI, that if that is a strategic objective that you all would like to see us kind of move forward with, then we would create kind of more specific goals underneath that, where we could look at something like developing an AI strategic plan.
Okay. Not only from our solution point of view, but also from the attacks that we may get, right? So we need to look into that one. And then, are there any grants available from state or federal to address or to enhance on communication side? Can we look into those things?
Interesting. None that I'm aware of, but that doesn't mean there
Let's-
aren't any out there.
No,
let's explore.
and if there are grants, they're usually for capital implementation and not ongoing operating expenses. So the challenge with a capital grant, it may pay for an initial piece of software, and that's great. But if it leads to, additional staff time related to that, then we have to eat that cost. I think a good, general example is you can get, we've had our retail theft grant program where we had an initial funding level, but then to continue that grant program, now it's on the city and not funded by grants. So we'll always look for grants, and we're actually in the process of developing that grant manager position, which we should be going out for pretty soon.
Okay, so yeah, let's explore. If we get lucky, then we can get some grants, and we should be able to use some of that funds. And now, as your fourth bullet, active evaluate technology, once again, there are a lot of technology organizations within our community and who would love to work with city. I know there are certain parameters or boundaries that we can be within that limitations, but let's see if we can work with these organizations who can help us, who are ready to help. Time to time, I do get people asking like, hey, let us know how we can help you guys. So let's explore that option to reach out to them and see how they can help us in this, including, I would love to see even including some students from our students community, as well as senior community. Big challenge that we are facing right now is scams on our seniors. So that's becoming more and more prevalent, and so we need to see how we can help them on these technological scams.
Okay.
So, yeah, that will be awesome. Yeah, otherwise, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Rubio.
Okay, thank you. Thank you first and foremost for your presentation. I know it took a lot more work than it looks like when you're presenting, so I appreciate it. I was thinking similar to Councilmember Joinet about having an app that we could create strictly for city purposes for our residents to have something handy. Because 9 times out of 10, you'll see people report things, oh, I saw something on the road or I saw something on the ground. They don't have a laptop on them. They have their cell phone. And Concord Connect is an app that if you want sort of a guidance of where to start, they have an app that does that. And then what I think would be really nice, it's a way for people to provide comment suggestions, allowing them with a description, as well as submitting a photo. And you could also include a geolocation option, because if it's something they're complaining about and we want to know, hey, maybe there's a sprinkler that's broken. If there's a geolocation, if they're willing to submit that, that helps us know exactly where to send our public works folks. Also, you know, for this, to save the staff time from having to filter, you could have the option in a drop-down menu within the app where you can state, you know, is this a Parks and Community Services issue, a Public Works issue, housing planning, traffic, roads, or a safety issue. Those things I think will help organize automatically, much more easily for staff, so you're not having to sift where to put that and how to, and who to relegate that responsibility to respond. Then the second thing I was thinking about is just posting announcements, like when you were mentioning about future agenda items, near future agenda items, just, you know, along with a brief intro, as well as links for both information that's internal and external. Oftentimes there are things that we have on the agenda and you know, we provide some level of information, but sometimes, for example, when we talk about planning and housing and relevant information, it goes much deeper than that. And perhaps when we are dealing with bills that we are, especially new housing bills and transportation initiatives, where people may want to learn a little more, and we give them those resources to go to those, as well as not only an internal links, but external links that'll give them contextually more information about what we're doing and why. And I would say I would do that probably again for our commission, so the Parks and Community Services, Planning Commission, as well as the City Council. Third thing is I do agree. I think it would be helpful to have something for emergency services, especially, again, making it available readily, easily. If we can get an app going, that's important. Again, with a geolocation option, if they have an emergency, it has to be fast. And so there should be a link on the front page of our website right away, where people, when you're having an emergency, you don't have time to start digging. Oh, what do I want to do? Where to go? This is a really, and that having that link also connected, you know, somehow, if needed, to our, you know, where our PD can also get information. And fourth is, I was thinking, is increasing awareness with a link and making it visible. When that one talking point, you said increasing awareness of how to participate in public meetings. Again, I think that's something that should be on the front page, a landing page. So all of these things I would have on the front landing page. They quickly see it, they can click on it and get more information right away. Because again, if we are able to put all of this in a phone app, it has to be something that's easily visible and readable for them. So that's it.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Simona, thank you for the presentation. Did you say you do have more slides coming
No,
up?
this is
Oh,
it.
okay. I'd like to kind of know how are you going to balance kind of getting the city message out versus the kind of the old style of the departments doing their own thing? So is that going to slow down the process of getting information to people, because it's going to be kind of going through a clearinghouse at your level or somewhere, but it might be coming from police, or it might be coming from Parks or Public Works or somebody, but then it's kind of going to go through this little clearinghouse and then blast it out to make sure we have a consistent message and that sort of thing. How are you going to balance kind of the timeliness versus the consistency of the message?
This is a great question. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to address sort of the structure of a communications program. It's not a one-size-fits-all thing. So I think part of going through this process will be identifying what's working really well right now, and figuring out how to empower staff in each department to with consistent expectations of communications across the city. So it doesn't all have to be one person, if that makes sense. You can have multiple people who are available to review things. That's one potential thing. There is a potential thing of having one person who reviews everything. It's not the most efficient way of doing things. But I think that's part of what we will, like, I don't want to commit to one format at this stage because we're still learning a lot about what our needs are, and really identifying.
It's not so much I necessarily need an answer right now, but
Okay.
it's more something to think about.
Yeah.
You know, how are you going to balance that? Because maybe you have designated points of contact in each department that they write it all up, and then it just needs a quick
Mhm.
sign off
Yeah.
from
And-
somebody in the
and you're
city
absolutely-
manager's office or your office or something like that, and then send it. you
Yeah.
know, or whatever the technique is.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right that not slowing things down too much is definitely going to be a big consideration in that.
Yeah. Let me talk a little bit about the website and I guess AI, because we talked about this, I guess, enough at the council goal setting session, but I've seen some websites that, have kind of a chat bot feature in them. And it's like,
Oh, mhm.
it's a little question box. You type in your little thing and then, hello, hi, thank you for your question. And then, you start having this dialogue with some non-person,
Mhm.
it's just AI, but it can do all the research into the website and find whatever the question, answer to the question,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Because sometimes like our website, it does need some refreshing. It needs a complete overhaul, but it's hard to find some things sometimes. And some of the information gets stale. And so we got to look at how do we keep the information updated and that sort of thing. But I would think that might be something to look at. I don't know what you got to pay extra to get a kind of a chatbot kind of, query system in there using AI to answer questions, but that might help some people on the kind of the user side of things. I'm glad you mentioned the subscribe to update, the little blue button thing. I've done that. I get so many emails from the city because I've hit subscribe to update, and then it'll give you like this menu of like 30 different things, and I just click them all, right? And then now I'm getting every
So
committee
many.
meeting notice, every council meeting, every planning commission, every park closure or field closure. I get all this information. It's too much. I got to kind of go back and kind of screen it. But I think a lot of people don't know that even is out there. So is there a way to maybe kind of, in the meantime, as you develop your strategic communication plan, is there a way to, push out information about, hey, subscribe to these updates? That there's a ton of information that's pushed out every week. And because I'm seeing it, I get a ton of stuff. And then next thing is in our goal setting, we talked about CRM, but we use the word client request management. Now, on our website, the app used to be citizen request management system, and it's got what you were talking about, Vice Mayor Rubio, where it's got drop-down menus of different categories, and you can pick and choose what's the issue you need, pick a category, pick an issue, and then you can describe it and you can, but I think that app has been down or something for a while, but
Yes.
is that the same as client request management, or is there a difference between what we're talking about here?
No.
Now I'm confused.
It's
'cause-
all the same.
Okay.
In the private sector, they call it client. In public sector, it's usually community or, citizen or something. It's all the same thing. It's request management.
Okay.
So we can just call it RM if that's easier. But
No.
yeah, we're in the middle of reviewing vendors for the new CRM. And with that, we should be having a new app. They all offer apps. So that'll be something that's a little, separate from the strategic communication plan. It's something that we're in the process of implementing right now.
Okay, because I do think that's that's an important way for the city to get
Yep.
input. And as I understood the system in the past, it was, a resident put something out there and somebody figures out where it gets directed and then somebody's appointed
Mhm.
to take care of that. And then they got a timeline that they gotta meet to get an answer back to either resolve the issue or provide feedback
Mhm.
as to, why something can or cannot be done.
Mhm.
But there's kind of a deadline and a checklist, and it just doesn't get left hanging out there forever.
We still use it. It's still available on the website. It's just the app is no longer supported by the developer. We've been trying, I think it might even still be on the App Store, even though it doesn't work. We've been trying to get them to remove it, and it's been a struggle. That was one of the reasons why we went out for the RFP for a new system.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Yeah, I guess that's in terms of questions. Maybe we got a couple of things to say here at the end, but yeah, I appreciate. I think it's a good move that we're gonna do something, but I know you didn't have any dates, but I don't think you need to make it overly complicated, and probably something sooner rather than later
Okay.
is better. So that's, I guess, my initial thought on that. You have another question?
Yeah.
One of the things I was thinking, sorry. I think it would be really helpful if next to our agenda packets, you know how we have agenda and then we have like video, but the video comes afterwards, but under the agenda, when we have an upcoming meeting, if we can put a link right next to it as well, where we can put public comment, submit public comment, and people can just click on it. So they see the agenda, they're like, hey, I have a question. They see it right next to it. They know where to go. The other thing is really interesting. A lot of AI is really exciting and everything, but one of the things that a lot of people have are some efforts to rectify this, but there's a huge environmental concern with that because the data centers are, they're basically using cooling towers that evaporate the water, which is often not returned to the local watershed, causing depletion. It's a single data center and can use millions of gallons of water annually. So this is something that we have to roll out responsibly so that we as a city are also doing our part in making sure not to overburden our available resources, meaning specifically water. Thank you.
Sorry.
You got another question?
Yeah, it's another question.
Yeah.
On YouTube regarding
Uh-huh.
council meetings, and I don't know if we're gonna if this new platform that we're gonna roll out to folks in the second half of the year, can we have it timestamped where it's following along with the agenda? For example, if we're on agenda 9.2, people can go and click on the agenda and it jumps them right to 9.2, et cetera, during the actual video meeting. Thank you.
We can look
Does that
at it.
make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in the works.
It's in the works?
Yeah, I saw Christina
Okay.
nodding head from here. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, is there some, I mean, I'm just kind of point of information, is there some sort of communications manager group? I don't know if you guys ever have a convention or a meeting where you share information about what you're all doing.
Yeah.
Seem like that could be helpful. I don't know, it'd be the California League of Cities or something like
Mhm.
that. Where
Yeah, I'm a member of the California Association of Public Information Officers, shortly called CAPIO. They have a conference every year that I attend, and then they also have smaller events throughout the year, trainings like webinar lunches. So they offer a lot of really good resources. And I'm also connected with a lot of the other communications PIOs in the area. And we, email, meet up, share resources. Yeah. Mhm.
I think that could be helpful. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So one of the challenge that we always face is on Nextdoor or any other social media, there is some misinformation or disinformation is being shared, right? So do we have still any plan to address those? Are we like someone watching it, or are we filtering it through some system so that we can get because the challenge is that this misinformation and disinformation, as it repeats 4 or 5 times without any response, because we have, for example, we may not able to, like a council members or ourselves, like mayor, may not able to answer because of the Brown Act law or XYZ, whatever the reason, right? So that is becoming, it starts like a rumor, but then the perspective of the people changes, right? So that's becoming a big challenge, especially I know this is a technology world where people consuming so much information from social media, and people, whatever they put 5 times or 6 times, that will become truth. So do we have any plan for that?
So one of the things about Nextdoor that is specific to this as a social media platform is that as a city, our agency accounts, we can't see what residents post. All we can see is our own posts, and we can see what people comment on our posts. But we can't see what everyone else is talking about. So generally, our approach is if somebody reaches out to us asking for accurate information, we're very happy to provide that. A lot of those deep dive pages that we've created on the website about specific topics, that's really where we'll put together all the history of a subject, videos if there's public meetings on it. We'll link documents. And part of the hope is that we can get a lot of people's questions answered by having a go-to place that's a public page on the website. As I mentioned earlier, if there's a topic people are asking about and we don't have one of those pages, we're really happy to create one.
So I remember I used to work with one of Nextdoor. There is a community relationship manager, lives in San Ramon. I used to have conversation with her in the past. I don't know. I need to search for it. But is it possible that can we check with Nextdoor to have a meeting with them and see how we can have that access? Because Nextdoor mission is that they want to share the information. And then if you want to have a quality information, better you involve us, right? Then only they can get a quality information. So I know I'm adding too much additional work, but let me know if I can help anyway in that case, because I remember working with her some time back. But yeah, that, and also we can even check with the Facebook community relationship manager. And so those are definitely one big challenges.
If I can add to this, if somebody has enough pull at Nextdoor to change that policy, we would welcome it. We've actually, Simone and I, early in Simone's career, we went to Nextdoor headquarters in San Francisco, and we're part of a group where they invited local agencies to talk about the role of local government in Nextdoor. And their philosophy was Nextdoor's for the neighborhoods. They don't want government entities participating in the neighborhood chat. So I think when we were initially involved, they were just rolling out Nextdoor for local government, where we can post and respond to our own posts, but specifically in communities, that's against their terms of service for local agencies to start responding and participating in the community. But if they'd love to change that, that would actually be nice. But it's been a challenge specific to Nextdoor. I also think with the communication strategy, this is a larger topic that we can have about how to combat misinformation. I know Simone's up to speed with some of the current best practices. There are occasions when there is misinformation out there. If we suddenly, not suddenly, but if we refute it on the city channels, our city channels have a wider reach, and sometimes that amplifies the misinformation. And now you're getting into arguments back and forth with the community in general of those that are, quite frankly, the social media algorithms, they do reward that kind of back and forth negativity. They're getting clicks, and they're getting sales off of controversy. So that's something that we can have a larger topic about and prepare maybe a presentation about that as part of this.
Yeah, because if we don't address that, majority of our problems are still exist. I'm telling you, that's where the root cause most of this misinformation, disinformation, that creates people to use that as their tool to provide all this misinformation. And if we are creating all these whole communication strategies and all that, and if we are not able to share that information there, then again, we'll be pretty much, I would say 50% of our efforts are gone bad. So, or not useful.
And Vice Mayor, sorry, look at me, I'm still adjusting. Council member, I know, I'm talking to myself, I'm asking myself a question. I support what Council Member Veros is saying. I think but in light of the fact that we can't engage in this direct and back and forth, and certainly makes sense because it can become a very slippery slope where you're just kind of, going in circles. However, there are well-known pages where we know there's sort of conversations happening amongst the community and they're having back and forths. And, we can perhaps monitor that just to help inform us about what concerns the community is actively having as you start to think about, because if we're always approaching it from a passive approach, well, if somebody submits something, somebody may not even, either for whatever number of reasons, they may not go to that next step. So we could actually be proactive and look at some of those pages and monitor them and provide objective information, just information. We do not engage in back and forth with people. I think there are ways to do that just to make sure that there is accurate information being given to our community. And when you do that, you could provide that link. If you have any questions, feel free to email, the link's right there. So we just provide objective, clear, concise information with a link. If you'd like to ask further questions, click here, boom, and they can go. They're on their way.
Yeah, the last thing I want city manager involved in the next door conversations.
Well, that's again, this will be a larger discussion with the strategic plan, and it may trigger additional staff. If we get the direction to start more direct engagements, there's a lot of things that we need to work through. So
just to make it easy, just to give one simple example, if someone posts that, hey, this one is up or gone bad, now all our open spaces are going to be disrupted, disappear, blah, 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 like people throw some post like that, right? So all we need to provide them the information is that, okay, this is what happened, that's few lines that we share. You want more information, contact your city council members or city staff. That's it. As simple as that. Okay. But then how you are going to get that filter into your view, that's the challenge, or your visibility, right? So that's where you need to find out.
So Simone, do you envision the strategic communications plan including information about kind of non-electronic kinds of things, meaning meetings, not just awareness of meetings, but types of meetings and opportunities for the community to be involved and make their voices heard and ask questions or receive information? It's the kind of the town hall kind of thing, the listening group kind of thing, the workshop kinds of things, as opposed to just formal meetings.
Yeah, that's something that would fall under the number 5 there, the communication channels and approach. So it wouldn't just be digital. It would be things like whether those are print things, whether those are in-person meetings, places where people can pop in and ask a question, sort of like open office hours. Any of those chances for people to talk to city staff and ask us questions would be included in that.
And I think that would be a great idea, maybe having something at least once a year, so that we actually give the community a chance to have an opportunity to have a back and forth with us, and that rather than the formality that we have to follow here. Well, maybe not a back and forth, but an organized sort of Q&A, ask me anything type of thing where we give them a chance to have their questions and concerns addressed. Similar to what we see with, say, when our congressman has a town hall, he does, those kind of things. He'll have handout cards and they can ask a number of questions. Oftentimes there's, you know, and that saves time because oftentimes questions will be overlapping and redundant. So, you know, we can organize them and be able to answer their questions.
Okay, any other questions? One last question.
So typically we do town hall meetings or neighborhood meetings, and most of the communication that we send it through our own channels, right? Is it make sense that can we send that information through our communication wherever we can give wider? So if possible, please look into that one, because we try our best to cast our net as much as possible, but then still a lot of people come back and say that, oh, I didn't know about your town hall meeting or your neighborhood meeting. So that will be a great help.
All right.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Simone. I'm going to go ahead and open up public comment on this item. So do we have any speaker cards?
We do. Our first speaker is Jim Blickenstaff.
Okay, Jim.
Good evening again. I focused on enhanced communication with the residents as something that I see a direct link to that, and a recent bill that passed in the Senate, SB 707, and it's kind of on a subject that's been dear to my heart for a long time. It has to do with remote access to city meetings, like a council meeting. And it would be somewhat like Zoom, but could be other formats, I suppose. And it's now a state law, and it requires cities to enact remote access for viewing and participation. And I think that's a great idea. And I'm assuming that's part of this plan being put forward. And I think the state gave till July to enact that. It'd be a derivative of what you had during the pandemic. I think it's expanded to where you have more languages, translate or whatever. But the idea is similar. That's some people, they want to participate, but it's just not easy to get down to a city council meeting sometimes. But they're still a resident, still a voter, and they have things to say. And I think that when you get more communication with the residents, you're improving your job as a city council member, and that's just a no-brainer. And now we have SB 707, which is part of that access and the connection with the residents. So I just wanted to mention that as a very good idea, and I think it will go forward by July, according to my understanding of what it says. So I just want to bring that up as a key part of connecting with your citizenry.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tracking that. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Johannes Tillahunt.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor, council people, council members. I wasn't planning on speaking today until I saw the agenda on communication. I'm extremely happy to finally see it. I truly believe one of the city's biggest weakness, top three for me, has always been the communication. I'm very happy that you're finally tackling it. I've had the pleasure of sitting down with Simone sometimes last year, probably 3, 4, 5 months ago, to listen to her challenge. And I'm absolutely personally convinced that she's the right person for the position. She has the background, the education. I wish the public knew what her background is. Extremely competent person. So we're very lucky to have someone like her. But also what I want to advise you is on a couple of things. One is today we just saw the vision. But the devil is in the details. What does the detail look like? Not just the vision, we're going to do this. No, the execution strategy, what does it look like? I saw a chart, a timeline. Didn't see much out of it, but I encourage you get involved or somehow guide her rather than telling her, do this, do this, do this. put the big thing and then you can drill it down. Number one. Number two, you can have give her, you're the head of the communication, but if she doesn't have the resources, she's not going to be able to do anything. The two resources she needs is whether it's people or funding it. Without money, nothing is going to move. Okay, I know you have to balance the budget, but I can't imagine what's more important than communication. From your perspective to connect, from the city, from all over thing, you have to figure out how to get the money and to be able to find her. AI, for example, amazing, amazing thing. My entire company, for the last few years, I've been running marketing and communication out of India. Last year, because of AI, I don't have anyone. It's once by itself. Fed it, and doesn't cost us that much. Okay, to the website and things, idea, new technology to be able to do that. I was kind of surprised that the communication is very decentralized. I did not know that. Walmart, 2 million employees. They have their own centralized communication. No one does anything on their own. Microsoft, 300,000 employees. So to me, I'm glad we're on the right path. Everyone asked the right question, but let's see how we can all support her to succeed, because when she succeeds, we as citizens succeed, you all succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Greg Carr.
Greg Carr, San Ana resident. Here's an example. The last slide that Simone presented, which was an excellent presentation, by the way, should be up here, not this. Countdown timer should be there. I'd like to see that happen before I hit the old folks home and have to call in because I can't walk down here. The third bullet in that last slide she had, increase awareness of how to participate in public meetings. My God, if that doesn't encapsulate what this city council chamber needs with the paucity of people out here, I can't do better. When it said others on that slide, which would have been number 5, you need to make yourselves more accessible. The two of you, mayor, vice mayor, you hit upon it. I was going to come at it and you cut me off at the knees, so you can smile about that. But what you said, you've got a beautiful facility, large facility. Let's use it. I think you ought to have town halls, not every year, at least every quarter. Oh, no, I shouldn't say that. Every quarter. And you have everybody come down and you have the format for it where you get up and you do your Brown Act thing and then all of a sudden adjourn that to a town hall. Something that is inviting for people to come down and talk to you. Hell, most people don't know who you are. Why? Because most people aren't here. That's too bad. So just encourage people to speak, to participate in this exercise in representative democracy. To do otherwise is to not be attentive to their concerns. And there are concerns. And I talk to a lot of people. I don't sit at home eating bonbons, watching the sports. I'm talking. And the one thing is communication of what the city is doing, why they're doing it, how they're doing it. Hearing from perhaps representatives of staff, but especially the 5 of you are the key people. And they don't seem to be satisfied. I pass that on pro bono, okay? One way to do it is it's just what you said. Town hall meeting, you set it up so the Brown Act stuff is done, boom, and you dump it, get down off of the dais and talk with people. Or open it up so that it's a collegial exchange of things that you talk about in a representative democracy. And so that people feel comfortable coming down. please. I like the two of your ideas about that, by the way. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Shirag Kathrani.
Hello. While I was planning not to speak on this item, but after seeing all the public comments, all the issues that were spoken by the council, I did feel that I need to respond. Especially, I want to talk about the next door point which was brought up, especially Measure G, the open space stuff. I want to remind the council, 25 people came here and spoke, and the entire thing was closed in the consent calendar. If you guys are reading the next door, each of the council member and the mayor has a chance to even respond in the, they can personally respond as well, and they can easily get engaged with the communication with all the communities. But I haven't seen any kind of communication or engagement from the council. That's why I want to address this. One additional point I want is like people come here and speak with the hope of getting a response, getting something resolved. Our council has shown little hope for people. That's why we don't see anybody over here. That's a fact. And you can, when you speak about misinformation and disinformation, I would really want to have your open communication while when people come and speak, at least have a ability to respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Joyce Carr.
Thank you. I didn't plan on speaking tonight, but something came to my mind as we were listening to the great presentation. As most of you know, I'm a retired elementary school teacher. And when I was teaching third grade, each year I would bring my third graders over and we'd have a day where they would participate as council members and we'd have a tour. It was wonderful. It was really, really a lot of fun. So I was reminiscing about that. And then I thought, you know, maybe it would be nice if, and this is just off the top of my head tonight, so I have no plans on how to do it, but if a video could be put together once a month or every 2 months or something that could be sent out to the elementary school kids, and they could learn about things that are coming up, events that are coming up, things that are going on, and educate them, you know, in hopes that someday they'll want to be like you and be on the commission and on council. And it was just, as I say, I'm not prepared to talk about it because I didn't plan anything, but it just came to my mind and I thought I would share it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And we are still doing the third grade tours.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I have a tour tomorrow morning.
Come on down. See, now there's a quick response. All right.
One more speaker.
It's kind of in a question. I was wondering, AI is being used a lot these days. Does the council members, do you use AI in any way in your jobs? Just in the last few months,
yeah,
I decided to try it. I had put an outline together for some national meeting I'm trying to put together. So I thought, well, AI says, put down your question, it will help you. So I typed in like 2 sentences. In 45 seconds, I had a full page outline. It was perfect. I had told someone I was going to send them something in a week. 15 minutes later, I sent it to them. Last week, we had our 57th wedding anniversary. I thought I was going to write my wife a little love letter. So I used AI. So we went across the street. We were going to have a nice dinner at LB Steakhouse. We sit down, have a drink, and I give her the letter. She reads the first sentence and she said, "Did you have AI help you with this?" Yeah, the point is, it's amazing what that stuff can do. And it may be helpful in your communications, either putting together a proposal, a letter, and you know, maybe some training would help to get that show on the road.
All right. Thank you, Richard. Yeah, I imagine all of us have used AI in one form or another. You got to watch out for AI can hallucinate also. It's kind of got to be careful what you get sometimes. Any other speakers?
There are no more speakers and no written public comment has been received.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Then I'll close public comment. Let's bring it back to the council for any other comments you want to make in terms of Simone's presentation and this communication strategic plan. Go ahead.
Thanks, Simone. I can see within these few years how we improved our communication from where we used to be, from, I would say, almost like close to zero to where we are right now. It can show your commitment and dedication for improving our communication channels. And there is always a challenge with community when it comes to the communication, right? So for example, when I talk to my like in our district, when I walk, we do neighborhood town hall meetings, like as someone was saying that, hey, if you do town hall meetings, that would have been, no, we do. I do regularly. And people come to those meetings and they ask all those questions that they have rather than going to the next door, right? The people who got real intentions of learning to hear directly from the council, they always come to our meetings. They always directly communicate. And also one more thing is there is a cultural thing. When I ask my community residents, hey, why don't you guys show up in our council meetings? You know, the answer that I'd get is, first of all, you guys are doing such a fantastic job that we don't need to come to these council meetings. And the second thing is, if we need to come, then why we are electing you? We are electing you. The reason is because we trust you and we believe in you that you are doing right job for us. And that's the reason we don't see any reason coming to these council meetings on regular basis. If we need, we will watch and we'll ask you any questions. So there will be always challenges. There will be people asking these questions and all that. So let's not get into this noise and lose our focus on objectivity. Okay. So there will be always, you do like 1 million emails, the next day one person will ask the question that, hey, how come I don't know? So that will be there always. Okay. So, but then your, whatever the objectives that you shared with us, amazing. We will, let's focus on that. And on the AI, just to let you know that we do have the AI Foundry within San Ramon. I'm founding member of the AI Foundry. So we are very well, actually not only me, but many of our community members are very well versed with this AI technology. And so please don't hesitate, reach out to me, or I can connect to many others who can help, especially this guy, Santosh Kanjula, who's our planning commissioner. He's an AI guy, so he can also help. So we can all help with whatever the technology that you need to be looking for. Okay, thanks. Thanks for great work.
Yeah, and I just want to echo actually what, oh, is it okay?
Yeah, go.
Oh, sorry. I just want to echo what Councilmember Burrows said. I mean, we definitely have had, I know he and I have hosted at a few community meetings, and we just had 2 of them in October, and one in October, and one in November last year. So we're constantly trying to find ways to reach out to the public proactively rather than passively. And, you know, I like the idea of, you know, finding a way to have staff sort of support us on those initiatives, because we are trying to, we are representatives of the city, and we need support to do the best job that we can. And you know, a lot of our ideas are really from those conversations we have with people. And we're, you know, so we're not mind readers, so we try, but we're not mind readers. So we need to hear back from people, and we need help and support to make that possible. So that was it, but I do want to say thank you for everything you're doing. You got a ton of recommendations, not only from the council, but from the public. You know, it's a little overwhelming, but it's great to have options.
Yep, all of this is very useful.
Thank you, Simone.
Thank you.
Okay. Other council members? Okay, well, I'll just say, thanks again, Simone. You know, as you said at the outset, there's lots that's got to be done and you got limited resources, but appreciate you taking a first crack at getting some thoughts out there on communications plan, strategic plan. I think it'll help to have it all in one place. And we can, you know, it'll be a living, breathing document, but if we get something out there right away, it'll help kind of pull it all together because we talk about the website, we talk about email, we talk about meetings, we talk about all sorts of different things. But if we can kind of have a resource document that we can go to that kind of not only informs the community, but it informs us as council and staff that we're all on the same page. And I think that's going to be really helpful when we get that done. So appreciate the input from the public as well. And do you need anything else from us at this point?
This is great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Simone.
Thank you.
Okay. With that, we have finished the new business and we're on to item 10, which is city manager and council member comments and matters initiated.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Another example of increasing our communications, I always try to highlight some community events of interest in the update. So I'll provide a few tonight for you as well. San Ramon's Parks and Community Services team will host a summer recreation showcase. That's this Saturday, February 28th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the community center. Residents can register for spring and summer programs, meet instructors, tour rental facilities, and participate in crafts, games, and giveaways. So it's a nice way to preview all of our summer offerings. Also, I want to make sure that the public is aware of the City of San Ramon Draft Trails Master Plan that has been released, and it sets a long-term vision for our trail system over the next 20 years. Community input is essential. And we encourage residents to view the Draft Trails Master Plan at the city website and share your thoughts by emailing srtrails@sanramon.ca.gov. Also, an item that the San Ramon Valley Fire Protection District is conducting, they are offering free personal emergency preparedness classes once a month. I believe they're calling it PEP. As an abbreviation, is designed to prepare the individual and their home and family for emergencies. They'll give information about supplies and skills needed to be self-sufficient for 7+ days should a disaster occur. The classes upcoming will be February 24th, March 23rd, and April 28th, and you can learn more and sign up at firedepartment.org. I'm surprised they grabbed that URL, but yes, they have firedepartment.org, so it's an easy one to remember. And with that, that concludes my update for this evening.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I'm going to start down to my right with Councilmember Wynot.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I have a matter initiated, but I'll talk about the updates first.
Yeah, let's do that. If you got a matters initiated, let's do all the updates first, and then we'll come back and do everybody's matters initiated.
Got it. That makes sense. Okay. So we had the Traffic's board meeting on the 5th of February, received a clean audit from Maze Consulting. I want to thank Kelly Fahey and the others at the Traffic's Committee for doing an outstanding job. Maze Consulting came back with our financial statements. We're free from any misstatements, and we are operating in accordance with GAAP. So congratulations to the Traffic's Committee. And we also attended, all together with staff, the council member retreat and staff retreat last Saturday. I'll have fellow members speak on that, but that's all the updates from me, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Adler.
January 30th, I attended the San Ramon Valley Mental Health Advisory Meeting, and that's chaired by Kathy Shiverton. And we heard from a doctor about a psychologist, and she wrote a book about why adult children cut ties and how to heal the conflict. And we also got an update from Supervisor Candace Anderson's office about a class on self-care tips for caregivers. Later on, yes, I also went to the same event that fellow council member Swinett went to about traffics. The next day, January 31st, we all attended again the goal setting workshop. That evening, Vice Mayor Rubio and I attended the Dublin San Ramon Women's Club annual crab feed. It's always fun. And then the next day, Sunday, February 1st, we attended the Culture in the Community event at the Doherty Station Community Arts Center. I got a chance to observe, it was just great to see the talent in this community. Got a chance to see different forms of art. They had an art project where they had a Chinese paper cuts and red envelopes for the Chinese New Year. They also had a Chilean rain stick projects for kids of all ages. It's a lot of fun to watch the people work on that. Also the dancers and so on. The next day, Monday, attended the open space advisory meeting with Robert Swinett, and they discussed the charge or the purpose of the open space committee. And they agreed on some modifications that were suggested by Julia Oslin and the Parks and Community Service Commission. She had some ideas that were passed there. On Thursday, February 5th, I attended the Contra Costa Mayor's Conference in Richmond. And the highlight for me was listening to Mayor Armstrong field questions or talk about the earthquake swarms. And also it was great that the mayor's had experience with FEMA disasters. So he has a little more knowledge, I think, about preparation than a lot of people do. And I know you've gotten a lot of interviews for the press. And so it's great to have you represent State Farm and explain so well what we're experiencing. On Monday, February 9th, I met with the fire chief, the new fire chief, Jonas Aguiar, in the council office. And it was great to hear a little bit about him and some of the ideas that we're going to do for fire safety this year in San Ramon Valley. So that's it for me.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Veros.
Sunday, January 31st, attended along with the council for our city goals, which I think Mayor is going to provide some details on that. And then, no, not really. So basically, we all got together and came out with the goals that we reviewed and made sure that we are in alignment with our community requirements as well as what we want to achieve as a vision as part of the city. So the top goal is definitely safety and security. Still, that is there. Along with that, we do have fiscal stability. As you know, we have gone through some challenges with our finance last few years. So that's another important goal that we are going to focus on. And then along with that, we have land use policies, basically like retail zone or retail, how we are going to increase the retail. Also, how we are going to improve the quality or quantity of our parks and community programs. So those are our key goals that we are working on. That thanks to staff for being there and listening patiently for so many hours from us. Then the second one is I attended Culture in Community. That is on February 1st, Sunday. It's amazing. Thanks to our Parks and Community Services Department for such an amazing, organizing such a great event. San Ramon is a hub for diversity. When we started this program in 2018, that was a small thing that we initiated. But now today, when I see such a huge participation from community and all that showcasing our diversity and celebrating our diversity, it's a great look from the community perspective. So thanks once again to our Parks and Community Services Department. And also all participants and nonprofit organizations who always every year help to make this event a successful event. So those are.
Yeah,
Thank you.
great event. All right, Vice Mayor Rubio.
Thank you. So as was already mentioned by Councilmember Adler, I attended the crab feed, women's crab feed on January, I think that was 31st, correct, Richard? Just want to make sure. Yeah, okay. And then February 1st, I went along with, I know there was a few of us there throughout because it was like 4 hours long, the culture in the community event. So several of us were there at different times. And it was amazing. This event seems to be growing every single year. This year was no exception. I'm starting to think we need a bigger room. It was getting a little warm in there. So we definitely, something I'm sure the Arts Advisory Committee will be thinking about. And then on February 2nd, I went to the Senior Advisory Committee meeting. And just more for really quick for information to share with the community. I hope, please make sure to look at this Encore printed handout. It's available at the Senior Center. And it's really important because it has information about tax preparation for our seniors. It has also like information about how you can get around town if you're no longer driving. And it's amazing that there's still many of our seniors who are not well aware of that, even though it is in the booklet. And we also have senior tech days to help our seniors also learn how to better navigate their available resources, such as those that are online. And so I just wanted to mention that in case we have our seniors listening in today, and I hope that they will make use of that and please, get the support that is being made available right now to them, especially during tax season. And you can just call the senior center or go in person, whichever you prefer, to get more information. The front desk will tell you exactly what to do. And then on February 5th, I went to the Marketing, Planning, and Legislative Committee through County Connection. And main thing there is that there was the adoption of the transit corridor study, which was really evaluating sort of where we're identifying where there were inefficiencies and how we can create more efficiencies within the Walnut Creek Concord area, which is a high traffic area. And there's a lot of usage. And then I would say the only other thing that's sort of relevant to us here would be AB 1421, which is a bill that we're watching, would require the commission to consolidate and prepare research and recommendations related to a road user charge or mileage-based fee system. This is basically stemming from concerns over eroding diesel tax revenues. It's right now, it passed the Assembly in the Senate Rules Committee on January 29, 2026. And then there's one other one was AB 1599 by Aaron's. It's also a watch bill. Went before the Assembly Transportation February 2nd of 2026. It's a statewide data set of standardized information regarding transit stops that includes but not limited to each transit stop's name, location, available amenities, and unique identifier as specified. What it would do is a statewide database of Caltrans to create an app to let people know how soon a bus is arriving, especially for those in like more isolated, deserted areas. You sort of don't want to be sitting out there perhaps for a half hour or more, especially on those hot days or rainy days or really cold days. So I think that would be a very, hopefully that gets through, and it's a very useful app. And then on February 9th, 2026, I went to the Tri-Valley Transportation Committee meeting, and I would say I think there was only one really relevant item, which was allocating the Tri-Valley it's funds to the Contra Costa Transportation Authority for Strategic Expenditure Plan, Innovate 680, because it would help with some ramp issues over in the Danville area, which is really close to us. So it would help with some of those traffic issues. I think somebody mentioned it not too long ago, but I'm sure you've noticed at times when you're heading north on 680, you start to see some congestion starting to form there. So that's one of those issues that they're needing funding for, so that we can start to address that issue. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, for me, I got a few things here. Last month, the council approved my attendance at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Prior to that was the Tri-Valley Cities Coalition advocacy trip in Washington, D.C. As you know, we had a big snowstorm in Washington, D.C. It kind of shut the place down. So our meetings with our legislators ended up being on Zoom initially, and that was with the office of Senator Padilla, Representative Josh Harder, Representative Eric Swalwell, Representative John Garamendi, and Representative Mark DeSaulnier. We also met with the Department of Transportation. Our primary discussions were about things like transportation funding, how to improve the 580, 680 interchange, as well as emphasizing that we need to shake free the $166 million mega grant that was approved about 16 months ago for Innovate 680 projects. We also talked about the Valley Link Rail project coming in, still, hopefully going to be coming in from the Central Valley across the Altamont Pass one day, connecting with the ACE train and the BART system. We also talked about funding needs for PFAS water treatment. All the California mayors present at the U.S. Mayors Conference attended the kind of a Q&A session at the Capitol with Senators Adam Schiff and Senator Padilla. Most of that discussion was on passing the budget, how to address DHS funding, as well as transportation grant funding, and the continued availability for community project funding, which is, also known as earmarks by a different name, and then a little bit of discussion on FEMA funding. I'm telling you all this because part of the approval that you gave me was to provide a trip report. So I'm providing that trip report. So at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, we listened to Senator Elizabeth Warren talk about her bipartisan bill with Senator Tim Scott on affordable housing. It's kind of a road to housing bill that unanimously passed the Senate, and now the House has their own version of an affordable housing bill that's supposed to increase housing supply and home ownership for younger families by reducing red tape, bringing down costs, and enabling local banks to offer lower rates. San Francisco Mayor Dan Lurie spoke on some changes he's making in San Francisco, had some sessions on integrating artificial intelligence and data into city operations, some other sessions on reducing violent and property crimes, and then a panel with Senator Elisa Slotkin on healthcare and housing. And then we heard a couple different panels from Department of Transportation Secretary Duffy's staff, talked about his priorities in Department of Transportation: safety first, back to basics, get rid of the backlog of grants, get rid of some of the regulations, cut waste, that sort of thing. And it was surprising that there is a lot of transportation funding available right now that's not even been requested. So that was some good news. And then I also attended a plenary session on micro transit. The cities of Arlington and Memphis they're reducing the number of bus routes, but by doing that, they're covering the rest of their transportation needs with micro transit. So they're minimizing the number of routes, increasing the frequency, and they're covering all those exposed areas with things like small buses and vans and rideshare options like Uber and Lyft. and eventually autonomous vehicles, but they're not there yet. And that's all I'll say about the DC trip. And then the only other thing I want to bring up in terms of meetings was last week I attended the East Bay Wildfire Safety Master Plan Working Group meeting. This is hosted by Senator Grayson's staff, and the main takeaway in this bill, there's a bill in draft, California Senate Bill 959. It's on school wildfire safety. And it basically adds just a couple words to some existing legislation, but it basically says that school districts will not lose their average daily attendance funding when classes are canceled due to imminent fire danger in the area as determined by a local fire agency. So that's actually makes a lot of sense to me, and I think it's great for our school district. It would allow classes to be canceled. It'll keep people off the roads, allow people to evacuate if they needed to, stay out of traffic, allow the responders to get in, get access to the area. Yet if school districts did cancel school due to a fire threat, then they would not lose that daily attendance funding. So kind of makes sense to me. So with that, we'll go to matters initiated. Now, let me start with Councilmember Schweinert, and then I've got one as well.
Thank you, Mayor, and welcome back.
Thank you.
So first I have a question, the city manager. Councilmember Adler did mention we were at the open space committee. When is the workshop to discuss unifying the open space, transportation, sustainability? When is that?
The next step is for the Transportation Advisory Committee to finalize their charge.
Okay.
They did make comments, and then they asked staff to clean up the language, and then at their next meeting, they will finalize the charge. Once that is complete, then it's dependent on when we can get the council and the two committees scheduled for that workshop that the council wanted with both committees.
I see. Okay. Thank you. You're really good at summarizing, so I'm going to read my matters initiated.
Okay.
So I have faith in that you're going to summarize it. So, and I want to set it, I'm going to lay it out that this request is not tied to any pending application, but the goal is front-end clarity. So expectations are clear for applicants, decision makers, and the public alike. So I want to request a future staff presentation or study session relating to zoning and development standards. In light of the evolving housing law, I'm asking staff to return with an overview that distinguishes which of our current zoning and design standards are objective versus subjective, and identifies areas where clarification may be appropriate. Second, I'd like to evaluate whether additional objective or form-based standards such as building envelopes, lot coverage, facade length, step backs should be considered on a prospective basis. And third, I'd like to confirm that any potential updates would apply only to future applications and remain consistent with the city's certified housing element and state law. And I'd appreciate any staff's recommendation or scope and timing, upcoming presentation.
Okay.
I'm sure it's something, you guys have done something in the past?
Yeah, that has been presented, I believe, at Planning Commission extensively when we had to adopt objective versus subjective standard.
Yep.
But if the council would like a presentation, we can work on something to provide an overview. If you would like that in that format.
Yeah, I would like that format.
So do I have two other council members wanting that presentation at a future date? Okay, I see it. Okay, I think I have 5 nodding heads on that one. 5 nodding heads and a
Thank you.
maybe. Okay, that counts.
I think
But we have to be
I
careful
think we've
about
had that,
scoping it.
but we have some new council members, so it might be good to review some.
A refresher in some format,
Yeah.
presentation, or if there's a more appropriate, if we have a different format, because there's also, we do have still on the list of items to do the Council Planning Commission workshop. So that might also be another item at the Council Planning Commission workshop, but we're starting to get a lot of workshops scheduled, and to be aware of council's time and everybody's time, we'll knock through them as quickly as we can.
Respectfully, council members, Reinette, given sort of the complexity of some of those requests, and so that you have all of us for the have an opportunity to ask questions and kind of have more of a back and forth. Would you be perhaps interested in making that, like incorporating that into one of our future workshops that we already have planned?
Oh, I don't care how it's presented. That's fine. This is just more for, I mean, that's fine. I mean, that's what I thought where Stephen was going, but that's totally acceptable. That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got a matter initiated. Let me see if anybody else has one as well.
I think the next, is it, I will let you go
Okay,
ahead
all right.
and state it. Yeah, go ahead.
You got one? After you. Okay. All right. So, for me, in light of all the recent earthquake swarms and with the approach of fire season, I would like to agendize some type of emergency preparedness town hall discussion type thing. But I'd like to agendize this for a future council meeting discussion. So we can talk about to determine, A, if we want to do it, but also, whether this is an in-person information session or, town hall or a webinar, who might lead it, who might participate, what materials we might want to present or distribute, and just the basic format. But I'd like to see something on a future agenda where we can talk about what we can do for some type of emergency preparedness town hall type event.
Organize a town hall. Okay.
Yeah.
I am in communication with Chief Aguilar about a community meeting. We've been quite literally this week, starting yesterday, we've been going back and forth as to, a joint meeting about the earthquakes and having a USGS representative. Would you want one separate from that as well? Do you want an additional?
No, it doesn't have to be additional if
Okay.
but again, we can't,
Right.
we're not going to discuss it right now, but
Right.
I would like to discuss, what
We are
what
working on it,
want,
yes.
And maybe that will fit our need when
Yeah.
we hear a little bit more about that versus what we would like to see.
Great. Sure. I will bring it up or bring it back to a future council meeting. I do know that we're trying to work quickly to get that together. I think we can before the next council meeting, but there is some desire to get it hopefully by the end of this month. So maybe we talk about it a week before something happens, but we can put that on an agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
And I just want to add to that, I would like for us to consider in a future agenda item, a town hall on housing and transportation, and whether that should be one meeting, one town hall for both, or two separate town halls for each, and just have that discussion then, how the council feels that may be best approach. But I think it would be very beneficial to help the public really wrap their minds around sort of what the vision for San Ramon is. I think it's a bit overwhelming. So I would really love for us to just put on a future agenda item consideration of a town hall, one or two, depending however the council feels it would be best executed on housing transportation.
Okay. Backing up to the previous request, I don't know if I got 3 nodding heads on that one. I didn't have a chance to ask, but are we okay with the emergency preparedness one? Okay. And then to knock off the next nodding head confirmation, do we have 3 nodding heads to agendize talking about future town halls regarding housing and transportation?
Yeah.
Okay, I have 3. I do want to make sure, and I'm glad we're agendizing this to make sure that we set what the format would be and what the council wants. So we set expectations. You say words town halls or community meetings, and tonight we've heard different things from different community members about what they feel the town hall should be. So I think it'd be a good opportunity to get clarity from the council on that.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
And it wouldn't bother me if it's all either the same item or kind of a 9.1 and a 9.2 or a 9.1A and 1E or something like that.
We'll figure it out. There's a lot of moving pieces right now, but this is what we do is we try to fit everything, all the square pegs into round holes to make these meetings work. So
Thank you.
yeah.
So these 2 requests, I already asked this request in the past. One is about this may actually add into Council Member Joinette's requested matter where we want to know the study of our current affordable housing rental versus for sale. So we want to get that information because as we are getting more and more applications, we need to be prepared ready as a council members. That's what I feel. So that will help us for our
Sorry, presentation specifically on the rental versus for sale for the core. Are we talking about? That seems to be the focus area?
That's
okay.
right, yeah.
And Councilmember Veros, would you like to add to that perhaps also because we have so much affordable housing required of us right now during the current RENA cycle, would you like to also include maybe how we're progressing towards meeting that requirement in terms of the zoning, because the zoning's there through our housing element, but I want to see how we're going to, in terms of future applications, how that will sort of be mapped out and included to make sure that we do reach our numbers.
We can include what we have zoned for, but what is actually built is a bit of a moving target that we don't have any control over. So I don't know. I can look into getting information, but right now the affordable versus the rental versus for sale, that's pretty clear. We can give you a status on where we're at with meeting our RENA obligations for the zoning and what that looks like, but the current production and where applications are, that's a heck of a moving target to try and say, because again, we don't have control over it. There's various phases of development, but I could talk to planning about information related to that.
Right. Because I mean, obviously, as many those of us here actually know, the affordable housing is always the hardest to fund. And so I think it would be helpful if you agree. Of course, this is your.
As already city manager said, right? So if you can include that, I understand because it's a moving target as we keep on getting applications. And if it is possible, let's add that as part of it. If it not makes it too complicated and complex, let's add that as, so that at least we have understanding on where we stand on our RENA numbers and how much, where we are and where we need to go. That helps us. So
okay. So that's another presentation. I'm seeing 3 nodding heads on that as well. Okay. We will try to schedule presentations as we can, as you know, the regular business allows, but it's not going to be all at once. Just want to make sure that expectations are set. We did talk about for almost 2 hours tonight a communications plan. So any of these topics can be pretty deep. So we'll schedule them as we can.
Yeah. The expectation is like you don't put all that in one.
Right. No, but it's also making sure that we get you accurate information, and that does take work, and we have to shuffle things. So we'll figure that out.
Yeah. And one more, I requested this in November for our field user policy presentation. So do we have some date and time? This is a question more on.
That's another one that the council did direct under matters initiated to bring back the field user policy in an overview. The Parks Commission, I believe it was just last month, finalized their comments, and we're trying to schedule that as well. So we will bring that back to the council for an overview of the field use policy.
Okay, and looks like it's the allocation for March, April, May, June is already done, just to let you know. And also, while we are still waiting for that report, is it possible for staff not to keep asking questions and go to and fro with the field users, which is not part of the policy yet?
Well, now we're starting to talk, I think, some direction, and we'll provide that information in the report, but we are implementing the policy as stated in the policy, and we're continuing to keep field operations going.
Okay. So do we have rough time when we are going to get this on the council? Because it's already they are already planning, it is already released, the schedules are released. So there is a lot of anxiety because they have to plan for the whole year.
Right. We received the comments from the Parks Commission, and we are working on getting the presentation to council. So as soon as we could schedule it, we will be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. We're going to move on to item 11, closed session, and that item 11.1 is convened a closed session pursuant to California Government Code 54957B to hear an appeal of an employee dismissal. And I'd like to open up public comment on this item. Do we have any public comment?
No.
Okay, now I'll close public comment. And so we are going to convene to closed session. We'll come back and provide a report out on the closed session when we're done. Thank you.